hide, okay? Here we go. No shit, here we go. What kind of options do we have? A lot, actually. Surprisingly. Auto load. Brightness level. I think you're good. Yeah, we cool. I pack to pack wins. How about you? Get it in one of those new game modes? Where it's automatically in the final. And everyone wins that just finishes it. Easy, normal, or hard? Normal. Pepper run. Cheryl, where are you? Strange. It's quiet, too quiet. This place is like a ghost town. fell asleep behind the wheel. Cheryl. Hello? I have the map for this place. Oh. Footsteps. The last time you played a PS1 game? From either that LSD game or that Mike Tyson game. One of those two.
Cheryl? Is that Cheryl? Where are you going? Hey, wait! Stop!
Stop, daughter. She went into the sewer. She's with the Ninja Turtles. No, she's right there. Carol, don't do it. Don't walk into the fog. You're gonna end up dead by daylight. Come back. No. Ow. Beware of dogs. That way he ran full speed into that. Jesus, what is that? Meat? Yeah, what's the other way? Probably shouldn't go down here, but what's down here? Oh, can't even go down there. Speedboat trip camera angles. Oh, gonna run full speed into it again. That's strange. It's getting darker. Brother Duffy, I guess. Oh, how convenient you have a light on. Hello? A broken wheelchair. What's this doing here? What's this? Monka W. He's entering Silent Hill. How much blood? You have anything to say about the blood? No. Got the music.
What is this? What's going on here?
What's going on here? Ow, what the fuck? Hey. Where the fuck did you come from? Leave me alone. I'm stuck in the corner. And I'm fucking dead. Well, that was a short game. Clap. Game's over. On to the next one. Yep, good stream. Half an hour stream. Good one, gentlemen. Sleep, yep. Time to go back to bed. Time to go back to bed.
Was
See
I
you tomorrow.
dreaming?
How do you feel?
It's her, Sybil, the cop.
Oh, like I've been run over by a truck. But I'm alright, I guess.
Glad to hear it. You from around here? Why don't you tell me what happened?
Wait a second, I'm just a tourist. I came here for a vacation. I just got here. I don't know what happened. I'd like to find out myself.
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh.
Have you seen a little girl? Just turned 7 last month. Short, black hair. My daughter.
Sorry. The only person I've seen in this town is you.
Where is everybody?
I'd tell you if I knew, believe me. But from what I can tell, something bizarre's going on. That's all I know. What's your name?
Harry. Harry Mason.
Sybil Bennett. I'm a police officer from Brams, the next town over. The phones are all dead, and the radio too. I'm going back to call in some reinforcements. Hold it. Where do you think you're going?
My daughter. I've got to find her.
No way. It's dangerous out there.
In that case, I need to find her now. Cheryl's my little girl. I can't just leave her out there by herself.
Have you got a gun?
No.
Take this, and hope you don't have to use it.
Oh, thanks.
Now listen to me. Before you pull the trigger, know who you're shooting. And don't do it unless you have to.
Roger
Don't go
that,
blasting me
officer.
by mistake.
Do it.
Got it?
Yeah, thanks.
She didn't even ask me if I knew how to handle
You do best to
guns.
stay nearby. I'll be back with help as quick as I can.
See you later, Sybil. Hopefully. Yep, we're not gonna make ourselves a mac and cheese. We're gonna make ourselves a burger. There's a health drink. Take it. What else? Like put it in my inventory. Post. No, unpost it. Yeah. Here we from Sybil. Holds up to 15 rounds. Eyes nutrition to recover stamina. There's a flashlight. Take it. There is a residential area map. Take it. Oh, the camera angle changed. I thought it was a cutscene. Someday someone may experience these beside events. Hopefully they will find my notes useful. Oh, is this the save point? progress. Hey, Elder Sedge. Welcome, welcome. Pinball machine, nothing unusual. Play the pinball machine. Play it. Play the pinball machine until your daughter comes back. Back there. Do a bit of people gamble until she comes back. I'm sure we'll be fine. I'm sure she'll come back. Play a couple rounds of pinball. Bottom left area looks a bit familiar. There's a kitchen knife. Take it. Show. Radio seems broken. Can't hear anything. Yeah, that'd be funny. Secret ending if you get 1 million skull on the pinball machine. Then she comes back with everyone. Like, she comes back first, and then the whole town's behind her, outside. Just congratulating you and clapping like, congratulations. Got 1 million on the pinball machine. Exactly that. Gonna come in and be like, come outside, Dad. Everyone's waiting for you. And everyone's just gonna be like, people clap. Good job. Yeah. Let's go. Yeah, good job with the pinball machine, man. Yeah, good shit. Ooh. Got the highest score in the whole town, man. Good job. Can't switch on to TV, no power. If you could actually play the pinball machine, that'd be an actual ending, secret ending. And let me just save again because I picked up all that stuff. Hard to use, but better than nothing. One touch on an off switch. It's in breast pocket. Oh, that pole game. I should have the knife. The fuck? What is first person? Butter knife only run. Yeah, we're just starting. The very beginning of Silent Hill 1. Oh no, first playthrough. Very first playthrough. Hope I enjoyed it. Thank you. I hope so too. I've wanted to play this for the longest time. Oh, you played it for the first time a couple years ago? Nice. And you liked it? You enjoyed it?
What's that? Huh. Radio. What's going on with that radio?
I love his reactions. Huh. What's going on with that radio? Oh my Batman. Can I just leave? I've got to show that monster. Are you serious? Can I knife it? You know, knifing seems like a horrible idea. One yellow health. That's fine. Fuck. How do I use the gun? think the same way we use the knife. Wait, shoot it. It actually killed me, Jesus. Thought we could take a third hit, but no. When Ares being an enemy, make sure that he has completely taken it out, or it may erase again to cause troubles. You know his damage sound where you cuts out. Oh. Thank you. Continue. Where's that gonna put me? Oh, wait, you grew up in Resident Evil? Nice. I didn't really play any. I didn't play too many horror games growing up. In fact, I didn't play a single one because I was too scared back then to play any. But nowadays, it's really all we play. Nowadays, those types of horror games are the only things I really play. Yeah, let's equip the handgun. Yeah, like a couple of years ago, we played all the Resident Evils 2 for the first time. You just shoot without aiming. No, I do have to do that.
What's that?
What's that
Huh.
noise?
Radio. What's going on with that radio?
Fucking run. Oh god. Hey, we got it this time.
What's happening to this place?
Yeah, I think we only got hit once that time. Nice. Oh. I thought it was another cutscene because it was so up close. Nine bullets. No, I didn't even use that many bullets. Save again. One hit KO. Jesus Christ. One hit KO on first playthrough with absolute insanity. The pocket radio, take it. Or radio to emit static when monsters are near. Oh. Okay. Can I leave the cafe? Where could Cheryl have gone? Check that alley again. Don't do that, no. Penny Street. This is ammo? Handgun bullets. What the fuck? Why is just handgun ammo here? Oh wait, there is a way to quick turn. Oh, that's really nice. That's really nice. That's gonna make things easier. As long as I remember it. No parking anytime. Oh. Carol. Am I going the wrong way? The other way? This way? Wait, I keep pressing the wrong button. I can just press triangle to quickly open the map. Yeah, it's way to the left. Carol. Hey, yeah, fuck that bat. Right, the alleyway, he said. Nope, nope, nope. Get away from me. Is this the alleyway? Yeah, I think it is. Where is the alleyway? He wants to give me a lift? Ow! That hurts though. He cut his nails before giving me a lift. Ow. You have anything to say about that now? How much health we got? Still greenish. Okay. Oh god. Well, handgun ammo, right? Oh, but I should probably reload. Got 54 handgun ammo on me? What the fuck? Seems like way too much for right now. Sketchbook cover this picture. It's me. Excuse me. How does that goofy looking doodle look like you? Is that how you see yourself, Harry? Is that how he sees himself? Is that how he pictures himself to everyone? I mean, I guess so. In that case, sure. First picture. Cheryl. First picture Cheryl drew in the sketchbook. Oh, I see. Drawing his daughter made. Makes sense then. The first picture Cheryl drew in the sketchbook. I gave her on her 5th birthday. He's just gonna look at it again. What are you doing here? Do you have to hit this? I don't see what hitting that pipe would do though. I feel like that would make it worse. You know what? We have a lot of handgun ammo. Let's try and shoot it. When in doubt, just shoot it. Okay, that was not the answer. Can I not grab the pipe? Can't. There's still pipe. Take it. Junior Playground. Yeah, he's doing the same thing as me. He copied me. He got the idea from me, but I mean it's all good. I don't really mind it too much. It's not like I have, copyright on the Silent Hill marathons. Everyone can do it. It's just, yeah, he decided to do it at the same time as me. Exactly. If I forgot to register my patron, I can't strike him or anything. Nah, but yeah, he's doing the same thing as me, cause he wants to watch me. He also wants to watch me play them, but at the same time, he doesn't want to get spoiled because he wants to play them himself. So that's why he's playing through them too now, so that he won't get spoiled when he watches me. Pipe fruit belongs to pipe, long range, but no of limited use. Yeah, he's also playing Coffee Talk right now. He's playing Coffee Talk because, well, he also got the idea to do a to-do list on his Discord, like the to-do list in my Discord, and yeah, well, he's not exactly doing the bingo thing, but he has a wheel that he spins, and then it landed on one of his viewers to pick a game from the to-do list, and well, yeah, one of his viewers picked Coffee Talk, which is all good. Like I said, I don't have cover on that game either, and plus that game is fucking fantastic. I want more people to play that game. Coffee Talk is fucking brilliant. More people need to play that game. So I hope he's liking it. Probably in October. Probably sometime in October, because that's when we played the first one. We played the first one in October. And that time of year is also just more comfy. More comfy and cozy, so it's perfect. Play a coffee-based game around that time. The hell am I gonna do with the pipe? Oh yeah, that was also the funny thing with the first game, because I think the first game takes place in October. But the second game takes place in September. That'd be funny to match the dates, but nah. Can't do that. We got shit show September to do. Oh, I ain't do anything here. A white piece of paper is nothing? Oh, it is. To school. Oh.
Isn't this Cheryl's sketchbook? She's at the school.
Well, already a bit familiar with the school. Which elementaries? Thanks to a certain daylight game. Hey, give me my handgun again. I don't know what I'm gonna do with this pipe. Kept the note. Oh, Check. I wonder what game he's talking about. I wonder what daylight game he's talking about. You have the handgun. I mean, yeah, that could be a nice way of doing it. We'll see, though. We'll see when the time comes. Okay. I don't know. Who knows what games we're playing? For shit show September. Forspoken. Hell no. Not unless that game was like $10 around that time. Press the wrong button again. I wanna go save. Probably will be. Yeah, you're not wrong. Most likely will be. Where's my car? Wanna go save again. Would have been such a troll to put another bat in, you know? It's pretty far away. School. Bradboro Street. That's this way, right? Sure is. What is that? I think that's an EO. Yeah. Market. The market is closed. Oh, the road's out. Is the right way? It is absolutely not. It's this way. They could have made this so much more difficult to use the map. Like, instead of them being nice or generous and putting your little player triangle icon on the map, they could have made this so much harder and made it so you had to use like an actual map without the player icon being there and you having to look at the street names and like, oh, is it this way? I should like we have to go this way. But that I don't know, that probably would have been too tedious, I guess. Having to keep looking for the street names and keep looking at the map. But funny though. What the fuck? That's another alleyway. Should I go down there? No. That's a horrible idea. Don't go down the alleyway. Just continue to the school. Our daughter is more important than an alleyway. Just all the way down. Oh, never mind. Road's out. The hell? Dogs? Dog House, 11th Street. That's right here. Somewhere. God, the fucking background music or the ambient sound. So eerie and creepy. And definitely see how I would be terrified playing this back in the day. When it was fresh. When it was new. And hot off the press. Ow. House key was hidden in the doghouse. Take it. House key for what? The house key hidden in the doghouse. Ah, shit. Open the fucking inventory. You need a heal yet? That will be fine. Can I go into any of these houses? Actually, maybe I do need to heal. I don't know. My control is vibrating. Maybe that's a sign to heal. Anyone else? There was another one, wasn't there? There was another one. I am confident. Was another? Yeah, there was another. Didn't even hit it. Wait. So can I go into any of these houses? Take that as a yes. Nothing unusual. First aid kit. Locked. Point. Talk house. Handgun ammo. TV set. The power must be out. It doesn't work. Nothing special. Can I break it? No. Put the handgun back on. I want the Coke bottle. Oh well. Damn. Being really generous with ammo and medpacks. Got 73 rounds. Holy shit. Refrigerator is empty. I think it's written on the map, hanging on the wall. East for Eclipse. Copied it to the map. That's why I'll find the keys for the Eclipse. Interesting. Well, I picked up everything, so save again. Yeah, free locks. Oh. Oh. Button. Those were locked. I thought it was a fire extinguisher. Okay. Hmm. Wait, can I even go over there? I can. Keys for Eclipse. And I guess it can't hurt to go check that out, right? Before looking for Cheryl. Okay, I keep pressing that wrong button. Let's check what's down here first, though. Oh, wow. Stop clicking the select button. Click the triangle. I was actually expecting this to be like blocked off. Oh, it's blocked off to my left. Hmm. So we need to cross Bagman Street. And then the first alley on the right. Not another pad. How will I know once I've crossed Bagman Street? Look for the sign, I guess. No parking. Where am I? Oh, this is Bagman Street. Okay, so the first alley on the right. So wait, I lost the key probably, right? Yeah, I don't got no key anymore. One way? Oh, for fuck, it's off limits. O limits? Someone slam dunked a dog's head. Jesus. There's a key. Woodman, take it. Who the hell is Woodman? Oh, is that the key? I guess for the eclipse. Key to the garden of the house found at the basketball court. The key to the garden of the house. Oh, I didn't see the dot. I thought it was one giant sentence. Okay, well, makes sense. Okay, so this is the key for the eclipse. One of them. Which way did we come from? I think we didn't go. This is the end of it. Oh wait, it's not. This took me back to the street. Oh well. Actually, wait, no, it goes both ways. Yeah, no, I'm on this side. The cafe. I'm like saving every other minute. Like saving every 10th minute. Hey man. Can't be too safe, right? Can't play it too safe. Oh wait, let me drink some water too. Right. Hey, can I click on the poster? No. Well, I guess we'll head for the other eclipse key. Which is... Well, it doesn't really matter which way I go. Actually, what if I go this way? Actually... Does it even matter? I think there's a monster both ways. I think there's a bat both ways. Where the fuck am I going? It's the other way. Just straight ahead and to the right. There's a hole in the ground. I believe what the bat is. Where's the bat? Maybe the bat has it. What the fuck? Why did they just like skydive like that? Hmm. The bat didn't have it. Well, now we're at least free to look around. What is this suspicious green door? Nothing. This is just a strange, suspicious green door. Nothing more to it. Is there another doghouse here? Are we still within the circle? No. Whoa, DVD really took a different graphic direction. Yeah, they really went a completely different direction. They really wanted to surprise everyone this year. With this anniversary event, they went back real old school. Went back to old school PS1 graphics. I need my binoculars for this. What is this? Still can't see shit. It must still be DVD. Still can't see shit. It must be DVD. Can I mess with the brightness here? Brightness level 7. Can you tell the difference? The brightness is maxed out now. Looks the same to me, honestly. Those pixels are way brighter now. All the little snowflakes. This is what it was at before. This is what it was at before. 4. It was on 4. Looks the same. I know, right? I can't tell the difference between maxed out brightness and full brightness. Maybe, I mean, right now we're out in the open. And the snowy, foggy weather. Maybe when we get to like a really dark area. Maybe then we'll be able to tell. Oh, there's no key here. There's a dark figure here, unless it's on the other side of the hole. Let's go to the arrow. Why does it feel like he runs so fast out there? Oh my god. Oh my god. There's two of you assholes. Ow. Hands up. Not afraid to use. Not afraid to use this. Where did he go? Did I not shoot him down? Wait, when is it vibrating? Yeah, oh god, my control's vibrating. Means I'm gonna die. Means we're about to die. Jesus. Yeah, stay dead. That's the way he kicks it. Get back here. Jesus, not like that. What? How did that hit you? How much health do I have? Oh, cool. We're still fine. Stay dead. And I don't know. I don't know if I should heal. It's fine. This is fine. Okay, the key of lion. Can't find the last one. Alright, let's run back and save. But also another thing to celebrate the special Silent Hill Marathon. It's a couple. I enable a handful of new Silent Hill emotes with this special marathon. Yeah, how many are added? I think it was like 6 or 7. Wait, oh my god. This bat came back? Yeah. There's like 6 or 7 new Silent Hill emotes on 7 TV. That I enabled for the special marathon. For this really special location. Special moment on the stream. Oh, parking, do not block. Cafe. A safe spot. Oh, almost ran past. I think they catch a bottle with you. Maybe you can pretend to be dead. Good, I'm sure they'll fall for that. Yeah, so that last one with the circle, I mean, let's go back that one more time just to check. Yeah. If it's not there, then maybe it's on the other side of the hole. Yes. I guess. Keep looking at the map because I'm not sure I'm going the correct way. Keep forgetting. We're here again in the circle. So the last key should be here? But where? Is it in one of the trees? I have to hit one of the trees with my pipe, and then it drops the key. This is barricaded. What if I hit this with the pipe? Is it gonna break? No. Oh, wait, there's a little path here. There's a little log we can walk on. Did not see that the first time. Well, we came back here then. And there's a health drink. Might as well use it. There is a key of a scarecrow. Take it. Oh. Now I can go back and open that door. We got all the keys to the eclipse. So that's just left all the way until we hit 11th Street. Left all the way till we hit 11th Street. Actually, hold on. We have to cross one road. Okay. The first road. Get away from me. It's two of you? Jesus. The second road. This should be 11th Street. Where is? I get the fuck inside the building. Make another save here before we open the door. Use the key of Lion. Use the key of Woodman. Use the key of Scarecrow. It's unlocked. What horrors awaits us? What? It's getting dark again. What's going on? What's going on? It's getting dark again. Ooh, health drinks. Oof. It's really about to go down now, huh? Ooh, health drinks. Another one here, maybe? No, nothing. That is... What horror awaits us? Oh, wait, this takes me to the school, I guess? Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to go there. The only way. Oh my god, nope. I'm running now, see ya. Where's the school? This way. Right. And then we take a left. Oh shit, it's Mr. Junior. Mr. Junior with the raid. Appreciate the raid, good sir. How'd the stream go? How are you enjoying Silent Hill? And welcome. Everyone from Mr. Junior's stream too. Well, yeah, more Silent Hill. Our very own Silent Hill marathon. Dodged. Wait, now where is the school? Oh, right here. The school we're all so familiar with. Dodged. Get me inside the building. It was good. I'm glad to hear, but you're stuck once again at the moment. No. What, you stuck in a parcel or you don't know where to go? Bird City. I don't even know what that is. That's a school map taken. I don't even need this. I know this map already like the back of my head because all the DVD. There are multiple cities. Well, please don't tell anything else. Say no more. Because I know nothing about this. Besides what we've known from DVD. A lot cleaner than in DVD. It's this area. It's written in blood. 10 Alchemy Laboratory. Gold in an old man's palm. The future hidden in his fist. Change for sage water. Am I supposed to remember that? Probably. It's written in blood. 12, a place with songs and sound. A silver guidepost is untapped and lost tongues. Awakening at the ordained altar. There's another one here. 5, darkness that brings the choking heat. Flamed under the silence, awakening the hungry beast. Open time's door to beckon prey. Okay. Very cool. Very cool. What the fuck is this? Picture of a doll. I don't know who drew it, but it is certainly in bad taste. Really? What do you have to say to that? Oh, handgun ammo. Why is there handgun ammo here? The riddles begin. Let the puzzles begin. No save point in here. Nope. Wait, could I click on this? More Ronaldo Gordon. This must be the list of teachers. Oh. Ink lockers. What is this room? Oh, right. Yeah, infirmary. Oh, there's a save point. Sweet. So many healing items. Jesus. Overloading on them. Infirmary. Take a nap here, Harry. Maybe Cheryl will be here when you wake up. Which way to the bathroom? Other way. I love that animation. When he's about to run hip first into the fucking wall. Oh, you can't go that way. You know what? I changed my mind. I don't want to be outside yet. Yep. I believe it, Mr. Junior. Next thing you're gonna copy game month and then shit show September and then October. And then before you know it, you'll be doing the yearly Knack Marathon too. Yeah. Outside's the only way. This is a new monster, I think. He sounds different. What the fuck? Wait, what? What is that little guy? He's not terrifying. Hey, little guy. The lock is jammed. It's not gonna be opened. Fuck those little dudes. They're goofy. Look at him. Look at this silly little guy. Ow. And the noises he makes. Yeah, we're dying again. You're playing it on hard, god damn. Brave man. What made you play it on hard? Oh, you can cheese it with your save states. Cheese it with some save states. Okay, not be opened. It was the basement here. Brendan Ead. You can cheese it. Not every time. Oh, there is actually a basement. And there's a roof. That took me outside. Oh no, it takes me to the reception. It's unlocked. And stay dead. That goofy little kick. Yeah, well, we're not playing this on hard. We're just a normal. We're just a normal. Anything over here? Guess not. It's in the corner. Where are we? Is this? This is the boys' room, obviously. The boys' bathroom. Nothing in here. Ain't nothing here. What is that? Is that just something on the wall? How much? 60 bullets. We can end knock on the door with the pipe. Wrong button. Surprisingly, nothing in those rooms. Yep. Wait, did I check the storage room? No running in the halls. I guess I did. Get off of me. Greasy little guy. Oh, what about the middle doors? Excuse me? Oh, they're not locked. What the fuck is that? What the fuck? What is that noise? Get me out of here. Nope, I don't like this. I don't trust that shadow guy. Okay. Let's eel, and then we could run back and save again. Yeah, do that to be safe. Right. Let's go check out the second floor. Oh, wait. I need to open the map again. Right, so the whole right side is blocked off. Loading screen. So quiet now. Hold on, let me drink some water. Stop it with the monster music. I am hydrating. There we go. Wait. What? Was there something else? No. Wait, where am I? Oh wait, this is the roof. Hands up. Oh my god. Stupid chair. Oh my blasted. So much ammo. Oh. Why is that door that connects the two classrooms like that? Strange. Strange classroom design. Hmm. Who are you? You question mark? Me question mark? The hell does that say? Mayo? It's the crying girl. Do you have anything to say to that? You're not gonna ask if she's okay? Okay. The crying girl. That's also in DBD. You really not gonna say anything? Hmm. He doesn't care about anyone else. He's just hyper focused. Gonna find his daughter. Oh my god, I thought you went down. Yeah, you. What? Stay down. Stay down. Holy fuck. Oh, there was two of you. Well, that explains it. I was like, how the fuck is this guy so tanky? But yeah, it was two of them. Right heal. We'll be fine. Let's just figure out what we'll be doing here. Yeah, we can see if the door works. It's unlocked. It was locked? Oh! You timed that perfectly, you asshole. If I get wobble comboed, I think I'm dead. Doggo. I think you just won the locker. A cat? Just a cat. That was a normal thing we've seen in this whole place. Besides Sybil. No. Fucking rip. No, that cat didn't last very long. Shouldn't have opened it. Nothing inside. Oh, fucking rip run. Better get the worst ending now. We killed the cat. No running or playing in the locker room. Worst ending achieved. Killed the cat. Did I? I did heal. Where am I now? Oh, that's related to Apostle, that thing in the locker room? Well, I never did get to check the music room. I should probably kill these guys, obviously. That's fucking 3 of them? Stay back, you creep. Fucking shoot him! Why did he take so long to shoot him? There you go. I assumed they stayed dead. Hopefully. Because that's the reason why I killed them, so... Yeah, so if I have to come back here later, it's all clear. Written in blood. A tail of bird without a voice. First flew the greedy pelican, eager for the reward, while wings fall flaying. And came a silent doe, flying beyond the pelican as far as he could. A raven flies in, flying higher than the doe, which is to show that he can. One glides in to find a peaceful spot next to another bird. Finally, out comes a crow, coming quickly to a stop. Yawning and then napping. Who will show the way? Who will be the key? Who will lead to the silver reward? The crow. Won't open. Oh, it doesn't look locked though. You're just not strong enough. Piano. I guess we'll check the right side out now. That's sweet. He was the only one in here. Wolf. All these drawings probably have something to do with that thing we read at the beginning. Oh, handgun ammo. Sue. Cut. Oh, fucking Jesus. I didn't see you there, buddy. Holy. The hell were you doing? The hell were you doing? I was worried this whole time. Ninth cut? What are all these cryptic clues? America. There's probably nothing. Everything that seems to be important is always written in blood. No enemies in here? That's surprising. Giraffe, elephant. Big? Biggie? The library is here. Is it open though? And it is. Hands up, whoever's in here. Be quiet, this is a library. Who is in here? I'm not afraid to use this thing. What? I'm scared. I'm scared. I'm gonna heal. I don't know how much damage this thing would do. Wait, what? What? Did it just leave? Okay. I should really go down and save. Made a decent amount of progress. Oops. Warning shot after he's dead. A special book here. Yeah. Let's check these last two rooms and then let's go down and save. This was locked. Ole. Ole? Yes. What's up? What's up, lawyer? That is me. A hand. Did I hear about Greenland? Wait, what? No. What happened with Greenland? Statue of an old man's hand. Fist shut tight as if never to let go. Okay. So we found the fist. I don't remember what the other bits were. Wait, what happened with Greenland? Did something happen? There was a Greenland rep in Parliament that refused to speak Danish. Wait, what? Here in Denmark? Okay. Who's in here? Not afraid to use this thing. No one's in here. There is a chemical. Take it. Just a chemical. Whatever. Just take it, I guess. Stilled wall door. No reason to take it. Karina's like, people, what the fuck? I want to be independent from Denmark. Oh, is that why they refuse to speak Danish? They're like, no, we want to be independent. We don't want to speak Danish. Get that out of here. What the hell? That is a very Greenland name. Oh, hey, little guy. No! Let go of my ass. Alright, so let's go down this. Downstairs and save. Yeah, you see that? Fucking he lunged out and just grabbed my ass. Right as I was about to go to. Come on, man. Can't do that to me. Asshole. But I'm gonna read. Actually, no. Let me run to the save room and then I'll read this. Where am I? Am I on the right side? Yeah, I just need to run all the way down and then yeah, okay. Save room. Repeat her speech in Danish. She refused. I wonder if that's because she just didn't want to speak Danish or if she forgot what she said. Imagine. She forgot what she said over the past 7 minutes. She's like, oh, fuck me. What did I even say again? No, man. No, I'll just say I don't want to repeat it in Danish. I mean, if I had a 7-minute speech in English, and then if I was told to repeat that in Danish, I'd probably be like, nah, man, I can't do that. I already forgot what I said. I already forgot like fucking 80% of what I just said. Yeah, just respond with like, nah. 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 Nah, and then just walk out of there. Nah. Summarize Danish. Yeah. And no. Summarize Danish, yes. Walks away from podium. Yep, there you go. Yep, that's what I said. Just, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's basically what it translates to, what I just said. Yeah. Just, yeah. Oh, the Danish minister like, yeah. Really nodded, yeah. It all makes sense. Makes sense, yeah. You got a point, you know. Makes sense. Yeah, I could see it. I can see that's how it went. At least the flags don't look similar. At least the flags are different. They have the two same colors, but at least the flag look different. That sucks. I can't cheese it. I'm so used to being able to cheese it on the PS5 now. Whenever there's something I'm supposed to remember, I just take a screenshot of it. Can't do that here. Can't do that anymore. I have to actually physically remember it. No cheese groomed? Hold on, what is a groomed? Is that a type of cheese? I never checked the roof, so let's go check that. Oh, but that's what, oh yeah, I know what that is. I used to watch that back in the day when I was little. That's what it's called in English. I see. That's the English name for it. Right. Makes sense. Yeah, it's called something else in Danish. Yeah, you have no idea what it is in Danish. If I remember correct, it's called Valter or Trofast. That's what it's called in Danish. It's locked. Wow, who would have thought? Exactly. Just what? Miracle Cooler. What did he just say? Valter or Trofast. Yeah. I used to watch that. Yeah, and he used to always eat cheese with his like crackers or something, or cookies. Right, if I'm correct. Yeah, exactly, because the moon was made out of cheese or something. Yeah, the moon was one giant cheese. I'm right. What the? What the fuck, indeed? Jesus. A follow on top of a raid. I appreciate the raid, Mr. Gov. Yeah, my good sir. How'd the stream go? How did Coffee Talk go? Crypto Governor? I'm sorry, how do you pronounce that name? I'm sorry. But I appreciate the follow, Silent Hill. Lasser? Silent Hill Lasser? Appreciate the follow nonetheless. Welcome. Welcome to this very first playthrough of Silent Hill 1. Yeah, I forgot what I wanted to do. I checked the roof. Now, what did I want to do? I'm pretty sure we've been everywhere. Exactly, I forgot. Like, oh, wait, what? What was my plan again? Huh? What was it? Oh, wait, I think we can check the boiler room. I think I can go check that. We haven't checked that yet. So, yeah, let's go see if we can check the boiler room. Too much talking. You're not used to those types of games. Woof. Yeah, It really takes some getting used to. Those types of visual novel games, it's just constant reading. You'll be fucking exhausted by the end of it. You're only supposed to do. I think professional voice actors, they only voice act for like 5 hours a day, so. I recommend streaming a visual novels at least only for a max of 4 hours, sorry. Otherwise, yeah, you're gonna be pretty broken by the end of it. Yeah, I mean, 3 hours is still a long time. Like I said, I'm pretty sure professional voice actors, they do it for like 4 hours a day, so 3 hours, that's still pretty damn good. That's still pretty damn good. What are we doing again? Huh? What are we doing? Oh yeah, I'm running to the side and getting to the boiler room to look for cheese. Oh god. Oh, he slapped me this time. Didn't grab my ass. Hey man. I'm just looking for Freddy in the boiler room. Am I on the right side? Oh, it's just a boiler room. I am here now. Okay. I'm getting stuck? No, I'm just exploring. I'm just exploring. Like, this is the last place we need to explore. And then we'll see what we gotta do. It's locked. Nice exploring. And then, well, we got the rail talking about cheese. And talking about cheese on the moon. We're stuck in this area for 5 hours? Jesus. Oh. Time for us to be here for 10 hours. Needs to be broken. Freddy down here? There's a switch. You want to press the switch? No. Not yet. The valve is tightly shut. Can't move it. Don't know what it is for. Better leave it alone. Your throat is dead. You need tea. Yeah, you gotta make sure you hydrate like constantly while playing a game like Coffee Talk or any visual novel. And you're reading it out loud. But yeah, go get some tea. Go salvage your voice before it's completely gone. I mean, I guess I'll press it. What's the worst that could happen? Yeah, it appears to happen. Oh, okay. Right. And is that the same thing with all of them? Yeah. Okay. Wow, that's really crazy. You drank more in this short 3-hour stream than you did in the 96-hour. Yeah, sounds about right. Because you weren't constantly playing a visual novel game for 96 hours. That's still crazy, though. But yeah, I mean, that just shows you how exhausting it is. Go back down. How exhausting it is to play and stream a visual novel. Oh, that's a bit rude. A bit rude and mean. Rip. Wait, did I ever check the hall? I don't think I checked the hall, did I? Oh my god. Leave me alone. Yeah, this is PS3. See? PS3. Wrong button again. I checked. I don't remember if it checked the hall. I think I did because I remember the stew room. Hold on. What did the hall look like? Actually, no, I don't think I've been here. There's handgun ammo right there. Hold on. Oh. Can't read that for shit. Oh, because it's really a low quality for you? Oh, wow. E. Pick the wrong button again. Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, I'll make sure to do that. Most likely have a look at it. That's not very nice either of them, Mr. Gov, man. Rather rude of them. 400% overclock in the emulator. What does that mean? Yeah, just make it as optimized as possible and make it look as good as possible. I don't get this shadow baby. I don't know what that purpose is. Okay. But now I'm pretty sure we've been everywhere. Except outside. I haven't really explored the outside. Could do that. Like a courtyard. Sounds like it's a bit of a mess. Emulating this for you. Well, it's not the best, most optimized one. That's most optimized emulated game. I haven't really looked at here too much. But also that's good. That you just carried on with the game and enjoyed it, because man, Coffee Talk is such a great game. It's such a blast. I want people to play that game. That game's fucking amazing. Tower is locked. There's a stub at 10. No, so I need to go to where it's at 10 first. It's just like DBD. We have to do the rooms. We have to do the piano room gen and the chemistry room gen, and then we open the secret loot room once we hit in game. Yeah, there is a second one. It came out last month. The second one came out last month. Of Coffee Talk. Not the file sizes. Oh, what, they're like 112? 112, but 112. He didn't send you the correct emote sizes. Yeah, 112. That's strange. That's weird. He didn't send it to you all at once. Right, so it's set 10. Gold in an old man's palm, the future hidden in its fist, exchange for sage's water. Oh, is that the chemical that I have? I couldn't pick up the water. Piano room. Piano parcel. Yeah, let's go pour this in the hand. Where is it? I keep clicking the wrong buttons when I want to open the map. It's on that side. Few moments turned into days. I hope not. For your sake, I hope you'll get your emotes real soon. Yeah, a little bit later tonight. You've been doing that too. Wait, what have you been doing too? Wait, what did they say? What are you saying you've been doing that too? Oh, it's mistaking the buttons here? Yeah. I keep opening the inventory when I want to open the map, and then vice versa. And yeah, I saw that in your title, so I looked for the emote reel, and I didn't see anything new. I was like, oh, maybe it's just, I don't know, it hasn't updated yet. Yeah, I'm just playing 1, 2, 3, and 4. I'm just playing the 4 numbered ones. Silent Hill 1, 2, 3, and 4. I'll do the other 4 another time. Maybe next year. I wanted to open the inventory. Nah, it's not lacking. It's at a nice stable 5,700 bit rate. If it's lacking, then it's Twitch. You know, buffering. Yeah, I've been Well, I was watching streams earlier today before streaming. Yeah, the streams I was watching, they were also buffing randomly. And I guess it's just Twitch. The gold medallion, take it. Right, so now I'm guessing the clock changed. Or the timer on the clock changed. Oh my god. Stop grabbing my ass. Twitch just wants to take a nap. Ooh, fuck. Ran into the closet. I gotta heal. But once I'm out of heals. The casual moonwalk back up the stairs. Stay down. Wow. What? And before the guy fell asleep. This is infirmary, right? Watch peek. You'll be back later. See you later, Mr. Junior. Oh, but wait. Also, how many Silent Hills are you playing? Are you playing all of them? All 8 of them? Or 9 if you include the Vita one? Let's see. I think the clock might have changed now, unless I have to do something with this medallion. Oh, I have to put it here. I see. Leave me alone, little guy. Golden Sun. Ow. Stay down. I just quick. What does the clock say now? 12. Which one was 12? This one? That's 5. 12. It plays with songs and sound. Silver guidepost. Untapped and lost tongues. Awakening at the ordained order. Ordained order, yeah. That's obviously the music room. The piano room. Silver guidepost untapped and lost tongues. So what would be the optimal path? This way. How quiet right there. At that one point. Oh my god, he lunged so early. Well predicted, sir. You know what? I should just blast you. Come here. What'd you get? Take that. Piano room? Piano room. And it's open now. So, wait, was this something? Oh, this is the bird thing. A tail of birds without a voice. First flew the greedy pelican, eager for the reward with the reward, white wings flailing. Then came a silent doe, flying beyond the pelican as far as he could. The raven fails in, flying higher than the dove, which will show that he can. A swan glides in to find a peaceful spot next to another bird. Finally out comes a crow, coming quickly to a stop. Yawning and then napping. Who will show the way? Who will be the key? Who will lead to the silver reward? Is that a song that I'm supposed to play for you? Button some of the keys. Does this mean anything? Check the piano. Wait, what? Piano time. What? I missed it. I don't need to click that. Oh, these make noise too. Oh god. Oh, I see. It's only some of them make noise. Fuck, don't click that. No. Fucked up the jam. Yeah, that one made no noise. I'm just enjoying the piano. Right, what, do you have to find a music note somewhere? What does this have to do? A tail, a bird, or a voice? Maybe that's what's in the classrooms? Because, I mean, isn't there some birds in one of the classrooms? When was the last time I saved? I just, like, saved a few minutes ago, didn't I? I think so. What if I press all the broken ones? Fuck. That one's not broken. What? Oh, it's because I was clicking that. No. Trying to jam out on the piano. Okay, whatever. Let's see here. So let's read this again. Tailor birds are the voice. Such with the greedy pelican, eager for the reward. White wings flailing. Pelican. Hey, remember this. We need to remember this, gentlemen, I think. Remember these birds. Remember these birds. Remember them in this order, too. Pelican. Dove. Flying beyond the pelican. Pelican, dove, raven, swan, crow. Pelican, dove, raven, swan, crow. Yeah, well. So let's walk around the classroom, see if we can find any birds. Although the riddle downstairs probably is also a hint to what we gotta do. But well, I correctly want to check the classrooms. If there were birds in any of them. It's a pink one. Those are not birds. That is some sort of creature. That's a giraffe. Who are you? I wonder, are the birds maybe on the other side where we didn't like fully check? I feel like we didn't do like a thorough check. The classrooms on this side. Says it 9. What? Sue. I don't see any birds. That's a wolf. Maybe I should go downstairs and read the note again. Correct. Let's check this classroom and then we'll go read the note downstairs again. That's a person. Oh god. No.
Yes, sir. I'm looking for Llewellyn Moss.
He's looking for him in Silent Hill now.
Yes, I did.
Well, I'd say he's at work. Do you want to leave a message?
Where does he work?
I can't say.
Works at Silent Hill. In Silent Hill.
Where does he work?
Sir, I ain't at liberty to give out no information about our residents.
Where does he work?
Yeah, it
Did
fits
you not
perfectly
hear
into this
me?
game.
We can't give out no information.
Where does he work?
Where does he work?
Sir,
Where does he work?
I can't say. Do you want to leave a message?
Where does he work?
Sir,
Where does he work?
Where does he work?
Where the hell am I? No, hey, how could you get through the door? I wanted to get through there. At the hall. Just run through the middle and get through there. I'll get to the point where get to where I want to be. Wait, so what does this note say? A silver guidepost is untapped and lost tongues, awakening at the obtained order. That doesn't... Doesn't give me any hint whatsoever about what music I'm supposed to play on the piano. Oops. I don't have anything in my inventory of importance. No, do that. And there was nothing in here either, except handgun ammo in the beginning. So, well, let's hydrate, and then we'll head to the room where we found the cat. Successfully hydrated. Now, where did we find the cat? Locker room. Maybe there's something in there now, maybe? I already forgot. Where? Oh wait, it's down the hall through the door. On his right. My right. Our right. Not his right. This right. This right here. This right here. Right here. Take right here. Not that right. This right. This right here. Right in front of the door, right to your right. Now, is there anything new in here? Nada. It is empty. So wait, this says no running or playing in the locker room. This is the locker room. So what if I run? What if I run like a madman in here? Something gonna happen? Oops. Warning, don't forget to take all your possessions after using the lockers. No elementary school, built-in board, nothing particular here. Oh. There ain't nothing here. Back in the piano room. So wait, hold on. Can I like interact with the piano from the side? No. What does it all mean? What does it all mean? Oh, wait, hold on. No, never mind. Maybe. Actually, I don't know what the last note says. Ah, fuck. Yeah, I wish I remember what the last note says, but maybe there's a book in the library now? Maybe there's a book in the library now about music? Maybe? Maybe? Nothing here. Everything looks the same. I think maybe this is where we need to go for the last note. Clue thing. What is that? Is that something special? Yeah. kind of sticks out to me. No. E- Hmm. Huh, you know, I don't really think we've seen any birds anywhere. First flew the greedy pelican, eager for the reward, white wings flailing. Then came the silent dove, flying beyond the pelican, buzzed the cloud. Dragonflies in flying higher than the dove. Oh my god. Hold on, can I just... I'm gonna take an IIL screenshot of this, otherwise because I want to be able to read this while looking at the piano. I'm taking an IIL screenshot. What the fuck was that? Oh, yeah. Alright, let me take an IIL screenshot of this on my phone. I want to look at this while at the piano. I cannot remember it to save my life. Right, okay. Let's go to the piano. Because what if the birds are like a hint at the keys you're supposed to press? So let's see here. Which one is first? The greedy pelican. White wings, it says a white wings flailing. I'm gonna play that on this piano. This half broken piano where only some of the keys work. That's gonna be an interesting remix. I say, but yeah, like it says greedy pelican, eager for the reward, white wings flailing. So what if that's a hint that like you're supposed to press the white key? That. In cave, the silent dove. I don't know. Whatever sounds silent. Which other one worked? That doesn't sound very silent to me. But whatever. Alright, next one. Raven flies in, higher than the dove. That one didn't work. Someone's going to
That actually is pretty funny.
Faint the crow. That would have been so amazing if it opened right there. Wait, so how many of them work? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7. 7 of them work. How many birds is there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's 5 birds. Interesting. Come on. That's the silent key? Oh my god. This fucking comedian right here. Yeah, I mean, he's not wrong. He is not wrong. Yeah, so that one doesn't work. Okay. Hold on. Reset it. Try again. Right. So yeah, we do this. Oh, but actually, maybe it's the other way around. Right, okay. But this one doesn't work though. It's that then. It could be that. Okay, hold on, but reset it again. Oh, no, that's not the way. Let's do it the way we did it the first time. By starting with this one. This one worked, right? Yeah. Damn, I could have seen that being the solution. Oh, hold on. Let's just try. Let's try it on the different ones. Yeah, I'll try and start with that, I guess. Damn it. I mean, I feel like that might be close to what it's supposed to be, though. Maybe. That birds are a hint that what the keys you're supposed to press. Wouldn't it be funny if I just happened to unlock it right here? Just from clicking. One more try. Does this mean anything? Oh no, you tell me, Harry. That one doesn't work. Do. That one. I guess we'll explore a bit more. Although I feel like that is something. Something along the ways. What you're supposed to do. Again, if you're wondering what birds I'm talking about, I'm referring to, it's this thing here. Tale of birds without a voice. First fruit, the greedy pelican, eager for the reward with wide wings flailing. Keep a silent doe, flying beyond the pelican as best he could. The raven flies in, flying high on the dove, just surely can. Well, that's in to find the pelican spot. Oh, find a peaceful spot. Next to another bird. And finally out comes a crow. Coming quickly to a stop, yawning at the napping. Who will show the way? Who will be the key? Who will lead to the silver reward? I mean, we've looked everywhere. But, like, after we did the first puzzle, something new could have popped up somewhere. I'm not sure what that would be. Maybe the bathroom? If you're in the bathroom? Probably not. Ain't nothing here. Let's go check this chemistry lab thing again, because I mean, there's a lot of shit in there. I don't know. I feel like I missed something. Didn't fully check everything. There is this distilled water. Useful. Glucose. No need to take it. Is that a shotgun? What is that? No, it's just something. It's just something in the environment. I don't. It looked like a shotgun. Doesn't appear that there is anything else of use in here for now. Wait, what? It's a human. Can't do anything with it. Well, I guess let me go around and read the last note for the last room. So if we do that, then I mean that at least eliminates one room. That we don't need to look for. That we don't need to look at. Oh, I saw something, but no. Alright, yes, this is the last one. Darkness does bring the choking heat. Okay, well, that's pretty fucking obvious. That's for the boiler room. We're right, okay. Well, that didn't really help me as much as I thought it would. Okay, so that that means that could maybe be something at the library, but there wasn't really anything in there. We went there. I guess it can't hurt to check again. Oh, you piece of shit. Get away from me. Oh, no! He had a friend! Get off of me, you psycho. Oh, he double grabbed me. Stay down. Yeah, that's what I thought. Locker room, yeah. Anything in the pot? No. Plant pot. E. Kind of weird. There's nothing in the library of any use. I mean, there was handgun ammo here, but like, strange there's no item to advance the game. Key item. Hey. Hi. Hello, human. We're in the library. You gotta keep it down. Shh, we're in the library. Be quiet. Hey, shut up, we're in the library. Keep it down, okay? We're in the library. Keep the voices to a minimum. I'm surprised he doesn't have anything to say about that. No need to read any of these books. No useful books. No special book. No special book. That is very weird. This has no key item in the library. Very strange. Very, very strange. I mean, I don't know. Any piano experts in the chat room? any convenient piano experts in the chat room? Yeah. Oh, how convenient, because we got a piano partial. Hold on. Let me quickly check this room, then I'll run to the piano room. Just the melted remains of a statue of a hand. Nothing to worry about. Nothing to worry about. It's just a melted hand. Hey, I don't think there's anything else in here. Oh yeah. To the piano room. Right, so we can play the piano. We have to play the piano in a certain way, probably, to solve the puzzle. So my theory is that, like, is a tail that bursts with a voice. like 5 different birds appear in the story here. So, is the bird, are the different birds like keyword for something? Or like it's a hint at what note I'm supposed to play in the piano? Okay, it goes. First flew the greedy pelican, eager for the reward, wide wings fleeing. Then came a silent dove, flying beyond the pelican as far as he could. The raven flies in, flying higher than the dove, to show that he can. The swan glides in to fix the pelican's spot. Why do I say pelican? Peaceful spot next to another bird. Finally out comes a crow, coming quickly to a stop, yawning and then napping. Who will show the way? Who will lead? Who will be the key? Who will lead to the silver reward? So yeah, I really feel like that the birds are like a hint at what note I'm supposed to play on the piano here. I'm glad I took a picture of this. So I could just look at it on my phone. Because, yeah, like it specifically says, first flew the greedy pelican, eager for the reward, white wings. Specifically said white wings, so is that like a hint that's supposed to be a white key, one of the white keys? And then a dove. And then after that it's a, what's it after that? A crow. And a crow is like black, so then it would be one of the black keys. Yeah, and then the dove is also white, so then it's another white key. I think I got it right, it's just the order, I don't know. Yeah, because it goes pelican, dove, raven, then swan, and then crow, and then it ends. Oh, and then it becomes, who will show the way, who will be the key, who will lead to the silver reward. Which is probably, yeah, which is going to be the item I need for the clock tower. And yeah, dove is also white, so it's just about, I think I got the right idea. It's just I gotta find out the right keys, or like the correct order. Oh yeah, we have this key, and this key, and this key works, and that key, and that key, and that key. Have I started here? I don't think so. The pelican, and then the dove, and then the raven, then the swan, then another crow, and then that's how it ends. Oh wait, a swan glides in to find a peaceful spot next to another bird. Okay, hold on. Let me reset this. So, what if we do this again? Pelican. And came a silent dove flying beyond the pelican. As far as he could. So he would like fly as far as was possible to here. Raven flies in higher than the dove. Wait, it can't do that though, because this key doesn't work. So what if I begin here? Pelican. And the dove. He flies over here. And then the raven appears here. And then the swan appears here next to another bird. Finally, out comes a crow. Coming quickly to a stop, yawning and then napping. What's that supposed to mean? Maybe I had to press it multiple times because it was sleeping. I don't know. So that wasn't the right order. So what if we do it like this? Pelican. Then the dove flies all the way back here. And then the raven appears. That key doesn't work. Shit. Because it specifically says a raven flies in, flying higher than the dove, just to show that it can. So I'm assuming that would be right on top of where the dove is. Try again. Well, what if we start here? And then this becomes the dove. And then this becomes the raven. But then it says a swan glides in to find a peaceful spot next to another bird. But then the swan has nowhere to be. The swan can't be next to any of them. Okay, hold on. Hold on a second. Wait. This key worked, right? No, that key didn't work. So there's these two spots for the dove, and that's about it. Yeah, these are the only two spots for the dove. The only two possible spots for the doves. So I probably don't have to reset it every time, just to make sure. Right. So what if we pelican, dove, raven, swan, crow, and then who will show the way? Who will be the key? Who will lead to the silver reward? Oh no. What if, well, if I I mean, it could be here too. So, okay, pelican, dove, raven, swan, crow. No? I mean, that one works too. Okay, hold on. What if I do that same thing, but a little bit different? So what? It would be like that. One. Shit. Wait, fuck. How many did they do? 1, 2, 3, 9, 4, 5. Fuck, I missed the key. Jeez. Nothing happened. Indeed. Because what would it be? I mean, there's seven of these keys works, and there's 5 birds. Moving quickly to a stop. Hold on. Okay, what if I do that again, but then do it twice? Damn it. Indeed. Man, I really do feel like that bird thing. That's the right thing. It's just the order. And it's like the birds are obviously a hint of the keys, but then the other things is probably a hint at where it's supposed to be. Like it says, then came a silent dove flying beyond the pelican. So beyond the pelican? Does that mean it would be like as far away as possible from the pelican, or just right next to it? It says as far as he could, so it's probably as far away as possible. Okay, hold on. Let's try again. Right. So pelican, and then the dove flies all the way over here. Then I guess the raven would be this, because this one doesn't work. But then the swan has no one to fly next to, unless I don't know. I don't know how that would work. Oh, reset it. Let's see here. 1, 2. Fuck, I don't know which one I clicked. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What if it's the other one? I mean, there's the most blood here, so maybe this one is the first one. So, yeah, the pelican flew first. Came the silent dove. So flew all the way over here. Then the raven flies in here. And then the swan is next to another bird. And then the crow was just here. No? Well, what if it's the other one? No? No, you're not happy? That's not a game? Oh, and before I did just have to press the broken keys the whole time. I don't think the broken keys or anything. Well, maybe it is. Maybe it is. The tale of birds without a voice. Maybe that means. Wait, how many broken keys are there? Hold on. 1, 2. Wait. Yeah, 1, 2. 3, 4, 5. Oh, wait, maybe that's what it is. There's 5 birds and 5 broken keys. Maybe that's what it is. Okay, so wait, hold on. Which ones are broken? Is this one? This one? Fuck, wait, which ones are broken? It's this one? This one? There's these 3 here and these 2. Oh, yeah, maybe that's it. Maybe the broken keys, that's the solution. Wait, hold on, let me reset it just in case. Greedy pelican. The dove. The raven. Fuck. Oh god, no, now I need to remember which ones are broken. Exactly. Fuck. It's this one. Yeah, this actually makes sense. Yeah, I could see this being the solution. Okay, so it's the very last one. And the very first one. And then it's these 2. Okay, hold on. This might be it. Pause champ, everyone. Pause champ. So that, and then it would be this one. Right? And the crow. Fuck! I forgot it's this one. Oh, no, keep holding, keep pause shamming, keep pause shamming. This is it right. Mark my words, this is it. Bang, 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 and bang. Hey, fucking puzzle master over here. Easy. That's what I'm talking about right there. Hell fucking yeah, it was the broken keys this whole time. Makes sense because it says voice of a broken angel, whatever it said again. Hey, that's nice, that's clever. That was a good one. We did it. EC money. Ah, that feels good. Ah, that feels good having solved that without cheating. By looking it up. Just 5-heading it. Yeah, I mean, that makes so much sense. Because the whole time I was also confused, like, why is there 7 keys? Like, why is there 7 working keys when there's 5 birds? Clever. I like it. Sweet. Just save now too, though. Although I don't mind doing that again. Now we know the solution. It's actually pretty straightforward. What a nice debate, though. They have all those working keys, which you mean you would obviously think is what it's that you have to use to solve it, but no, it's the broken ones. If you pay attention to the note on the wall, like really pay attention to it into detail. That's nice. That was good, man. EC Puzzle Master. I don't know. I only took like an hour or something. I think I don't know how long it took, but we got it. We got it the legit way. Ah, that was great. That feels good. It was good solving that puzzle. I'm on the wrong side. Need to run through the yard. Oh, hey, you guys are back. Ah, you missed this time. fucking shoot him! He's right in front of you! How are you missing? Is he dead? I think he is. It's just Omega blasted him. Damn. Actually, kind of running low on ammo for once. Let's overwrite this other infirmary. There's probably more out here now. Quick, quick, quick. Silver Moon. This tower door is locked. The hands are stopped at 5. Yeah, because we never get to do the final one, which is in the boiler room. I should just read this again just to make sure. See if there's anything else it might give us. 5 o'clock. Darkness that brings the choking heat. Flames render the silence of awakening the hungry beast. Open time's door to beck and pray. I believe the boiler room was on this side, right? Sure is. It's on. That it? The clock tower is just open now. Yeah, I guess that's it. I guess it's open now. What is our health at? Fine. As long as we don't get wombo comboed, I think we're okay. Not open. Oh, it is open. Here we go. Descend into hell. This bread? What the fuck is all this? Keep out. No, I don't think I will. Cod scene?
Where am I? Have I been here before?
It's the triangle icon.
I don't remember this being here before.
Oh god, the music. Is it looking all fucked up now, the school? Oh yeah. These little guys are still here though. Oh god, I'm dead. I'm not dead. Miracle. Where am I? Oh. Have to gotta make it into the boiler room again? A school in hell. There's a picture got taken. Cards are scattered. Rectangular card with a picture of a key. Found a desk in a classroom. There we go. Oh, how did you reach me? That's a door. A healing drink. Ow. Jesus. You hit him the first time. How'd you all of a sudden miss him? Hands up. I'm not afraid to use this. Stay back. Where am I in the school right now? Oh, yeah, right. I tried to go to the boiler room, but we couldn't do that. So, what about the infirmary? Infirmary's still a save point. Oh, and there's healing items. Nice. Can I take this too? What the fuck is that? Giant meat man? It's still just called infirmary. Okay. Well, since we just saved, I think I shall be really quick because I need to go restock on some water really quick. So, be gentlemen. Gonna go get some more water. And when I come back, we'll explore more of the school of hell. Evie. Hey, I have returned. Nice penguins, thank you. They indeed are very nice. Very majestic penguins. Right there. Let's continue. Exploring the school of hell. Yeah, the penguins, they've taken over yet another zoo. They're slowly taking over the whole world. One zoo at a time. There's one guy still here, right? Hold on. Try and use this on him. Wrecked. Oh, hey there. You don't have anything to say about the guy hanging right there? Oh, damn. Guess he's just really speechless. Yeah, just a double Tuesday for Harry. Just a double Tuesday for Harry. Well, he's out looking for his daughter. What? Is this a door? It is. There's no keyhole. Not even a knob. I push it. It moves a bit, but it certainly won't open. What's this? It's 10 out of the door is a horizontal slot. What is it for? A slot, a floppy disk. Oh, wait. Do I need 3 of these, I guess? Yeah. But just one? Put the picture kind of the slot. Oh, now it opens. The hell are we now? Oops, I pressed the wrong button again. Oh, it's just like a shortcut to go back here. Hey. Oh god. Why did it take so long to load this room? Someone in here? Not afraid to use this thing. Anyone's here. It took so long to load because it wanted to load all the blood. Hello camera. Oh, there you go. Why did it take so long for it to switch? Yeah, I don't think there's anything in this. Ain't gonna have one. Gun shells. Oh, am I supposed to have a shotgun at this point? Where's my shotgun? Oh, this is... How do I get out of here? Can I not get out of here now? Let me leave. Wait, how do I get out of here? Am I just trapped in here with these bathrooms? There has to be something in here. Oh, wait, there it is. What? Why couldn't I find you before? The hell do you mean it's locked? Excuse me? Wait, so if I go out there now, the hallway is not blocked? It's only... What? Yeah, no, it's not blocked. What? Okay. Strange. Get away from me. Get away from me. I have a gun. I'm not afraid to use it. Get away from me. The fuck? Bones. Hello? Can't use the phone. Oh. Hello? Hello? Who is this?
Daddy, help me. Daddy, where are you?
Cheryl!
That was Cheryl's voice. She needs me. How do I find her? Cheryl. Can't use the phone. I'm coming, Cheryl. I'm saving you, my daughter. Yeah, probably good to unlock it. You know, we can only go up. Wait, when I went for the bathroom, it took me up a floor? Is that what that was? Is that why that was blocked? Teleported me upstairs? Oh. Interesting. I didn't expect this to be open. Can't be opened. Everything is locked down here. Do we want to run through the classrooms? You probably should, right? Go. Nothing in them. What the fuck? Go on my ass. Oh. Perfect. Ain't good at one. Nope. Oh my god, you got another bite out of it. Oh my god, there's 3 of you. Yeah, no, I'm going to the next room. See ya. Before there's 4 of them in here. Get me out of this room. Get me out of here. I don't like the music. I changed my mind. Just run. There's something in here now? Besides a cat? Blood. Nothing inside. More blood than last time. Oh my god. Hey man. Thanks for the key. The library reverse key. Serve key. It's the same jump scare that's also in the DBD map. Library. Oh, it's the door on the other side. Well, let's head over there. Oh, of course that's locked. Why wouldn't it? Quick. No! I was spamming X to make it to the door to reset the room. I have to heal now. F. Yeah, he grabbed my ass again. God damn it. These goddamn ass lovers. Don't eat there. Oh my god. Okay, he missed. He missed. Ow, he got a slap in. At least he didn't grab it. That quote. What, these goddamn ass lovers. That we want me to quote? I'll happily quote it right now before we forget. These goddamn ass lovers. What? Let me play. Wonderful. There we go. Quote 308. Thought that was a fish. Dead fish on the ground. Gunshots? Excuse me? Barrel? When did you know how to use a gun? Seeing this, the hunter armed with bow and arrow said it would kill the lizard. Upon meeting his opponent, he held back taunting. He was afraid of a reptile. This, the furious lizard hissed. I'll swallow you up in a single bite. And the huge creature attacked, jaws open wide. This is what the man wanted. Calmly drawing his bow, he shot into the lizard's gaping mouth. Effortlessly, the arrow flew piercing. The arrow flew, piercing the defenseless maw. Those that fell down dead. Yeah, we got past the part. Oh, this is from an old fairy tale I remember reading as a kid. How was? It was fucking great. I loved it. It was so clever. I loved that. Piano pasta was amazing. It's such a jabast because it makes you think you actually have to press the working keys, but yeah, if you read the note on the wall, it says like, what did you say again? Like, it says something about the silent birds or whatever. The silent bird song. That's like a hint to use the quiet ones or the broken ones. It's so clever. And that the birds are like a hint at what keys you're supposed to press. It's so good. That took you a long time. Oh, really? No. Your chat had to help you. Oh, no. I figured it out myself. Although I had a little bit of help. Not a little bit of help, but we just helped each other. Coming up, like confirming the idea that confirming the theory that the birds with a hint of what's supposed, like that the birds were a hint of what keys you were supposed to press. But obviously, at the beginning, I pressed the working ones. It took a couple of minutes for me to figure out that that it was the broken ones you had to press, because well, there was exactly 5 birds in the hint, and there was exactly 5 broken keys, so it just makes perfect sense. Oh man, it was so good. They gave you hints, I see. I just used the hints from the game. Note on the wall. But yeah, it was so clever. I loved that pause. It felt so good when I solved it without having to look it up. But just the hints from the game. It helps you take pictures of your phone. You did that too? I did that too, because that, oh my god, that helped so fucking much. Yeah, I did that as well. That helped so much. Because I wanted to look at the hint while sitting at the piano. So I took pictures of my phone. And then went to go sit on the piano. And that, yeah, really helped a lot too, I believe. If I didn't take those pictures on my phone of the notes, it probably would have been there for longer, because... Yeah, no, there's no way I would have been able to remember that. Just being able to remember what notes worked and didn't work. That's good to know. We had the same idea on that. Had the same idea on the picture bot. Wait, what? Where does this take me? Alright, you're back here. But it was good to hear you're liking the first episode of Last of Us. I went past that door. Oh. Wait, it's all locked. No, I haven't. I've not watched The Last of Us show. I have not. Wait, hold on, let me go back in the library. What's the point of the library then? Just to get ammo? Oh wait, the point of it is that note thing I just read. Skim free. Hunter out of his bow. Well, I have no idea what I'm supposed to use that yet, so. Let's check the inventory. I don't have anything. I don't have any, like, key items. Is that book open? No. It's not useful. Hold on. Let me drink some water. Let me look at the map. So... well, we got the key from that. Oh, wait, I guess I could go up. We haven't been up yet. I'm at the right door, right? Yeah, I think. Okay. Is it open up here now? It is. Blood. Whose blood is this? The hanging key is just out of reach. Use the pipe to reach it. Can't do that. That's a drainage valve. Do you want to open it? What's the worst that could happen? It drains into the wrong hole. Maybe I could pluck it up somehow. Put my gun in there. Nothing special. Now I still don't have any key items. I have a pipe, but no, you can't use the pipe for anything. I'll come back. We shall be back. Welcome to the chat room. Thanks, Twitch. Right, so we've explored this whole floor. Yeah, so great. Is there even more to explore down here? I don't think so. Did I look in the storage room? I did not. What the fuck is that? Is that a beheaded plushie? The headless jaw is stuck on the wall. How's this? There's a rubber ball. Take it. What? Excuse me? Is that what I'm gonna pluck the hole with on the roof? Are you serious right now? Are you serious right now? Frozen pink rubber ball used by children. Oh my god, that is what we're fucking using to plug the hole with. I mean, I guess it works. Use the rubber ball. I don't know. I was expecting we were gonna block with, I don't know, some trash or something. It's just a simple pink rubber ball. Okay. Yeah, I mean, if it works, it works. Right, now we should be able to get the key. Key went down the drain. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, wait, hold on. What the fuck? Wait, I thought it would, I don't know, flow up and then I would get it. Wait, it went down the drain? Oh, is that what we have to do in the boiler room with those pipes? Turn the valves and then make it I don't know, drop out the key to the correct spot. Because where the fuck did that drop the key? Who knows? Well. Keep exploring towards the storage room. Well, I already explored everything in here, but, you know, the other rooms. I'm not afraid to use this. Stay back. Foul creature. How much ammo do we have? Okay, never mind. We have a lot again. We're decked out again. Haven't I been in here? No, it's the other side, I think. No, wait, we have been in here, I think. Oh, get back out. I think I have been here. What the fuck? Well, we haven't been here. Probably should not get close to that. Probably not a good idea. Alright, so... I mean, I haven't checked the other entrance. You know, let's just run straight through the middle, because I want to go save anyways. Oh, what? That... Why is that locked? Oh, here's the key. There's a classroom key, take it. Well, good thing we ran out here in either way, I guess. But we don't have to get it from the boiler room. Well, I do still want to go save. Is there any goofy monsters here? Excuse me. What do you mean it's jammed? Oh, this one is jammed. The other one is open though. Oh. What? How did I miss handgun ammo in here? Get away from me. Stop eating my shoes. Oh, my ass grabber. Get away from me. Save up. So we got the keys to the classroom, which I'm guessing is for the ones upstairs. Hello? You doctor, look at the map here. The fuck happened to my flashlight? Why did it turn off? What? That was weird. Did I actually press a button and then it turned off? Right, I'll just run through here. Avoid the ass grabbers. Oh god, nice. Use the classroom key. More fucking ass grabbers. I'll take that. Okay. The evil boiler room of hell. Hey guys. What's it hanging up there? That 2 packs of shotgun ammo? Sure is. I don't have a shotgun. Am I supposed to have a shotgun at this point? I have 24 shotgun shells. Am I supposed to have a shotgun at this point? God damn. Oh, no, don't touch that. I have to touch that? Oh god. Well, what if we turn it right? Oh, I have to. Didn't realize it was blocked. I thought it was just a door. Easy money. First try. Elevator. Descending further into hell. The hell? No. You expect me to fight that thing? I see why you want me to have shotgun ammo now. I see why you've been giving me shotgun ammo. Do I even have enough handgun bullets for this? Oh, hey, man. You dead? The music's kicking in. What's going on? You in second phase? Oh my god. Oh my god. Get away from me. Jeez. Well, he's definitely faster now. Ow. Don't eat me. Stay away from me. Jesus. Gotta end up using all my handgun bullets in this. Oh, hi. Oh, do I have to shoot it when his mouth is open? Like it was hinting at in that one book. Yo, that taco. Hello, hello. And welcome, welcome. To the Silent Hill Marathon. Very first playthrough. Silent Hill 1. No, he got me. Nom nom nom. What am I? If you find the night scenes too dark, try increasing the brightness level. That's a tip you're giving me? Brightness? Yeah, I'm sure that'll help a lot with damaging the boss. But this is on PS3. Oh, it puts me right here, Jesus. It's the one. Yeah, this is the digital version. We're playing on the PS3. It's one of those PS1 to PS3 games. I think we were doing damage trip before because the music started kicking in. Just it takes a while. Because I think I'm supposed to have a shotgun by now, but I don't. I haven't found a shotgun. Yeah, you would never do that. Never. than a million years. Oh, where is he going? Friend. Wait, hold on. Could you open your mouth? Don't nudge me. So now he opens his mouth. What is he doing? What's happening? Open wide, big guy. Oh my god. Open up! Open your mouth, damn it! Not like that, though. Just don't nudge me and then open it. I think that probably does more damage. Shooting him when his mouth is open, because that's what the book was hinting at. When Harry has the light turned off, enemies will have a harder time spotting him. Oh. Oh, that's good to know. Okay, that's actually a really nice tip. That's actually a really nice, useful tip compared to that brightness one. That brightness one is just what? Come on, man. Saying I'm blind or something? Why? What tip? The tip that it literally just gave me the first time I died. Where it was like, oh, hey, did you know you could turn off the brightness to see the enemies? It's like, wow, what a useful tip. Wow. How helpful. That's definitely gonna help me beating this boss. Which is better? The one it just gave me. Which said you can turn off Harry's flashlight to avoid enemy detection. Which, yeah, I didn't know it was a mechanic. That's actually a really nice tip. I had no idea you could turn off the flashlight to avoid detection by enemies. Pretty in-depth. He's burning himself. Fuck. Don't eat me. Ah, you were tapped out. It's all good. All good. A miracle I didn't get eaten that. Yeah, how did I do the... I did it that one time. He did like a little back step to avoid getting hit. I don't know how I did that. When you press L2, the camera angle shifts behind Harry, making it easy to see. Thank you for the tip. I already figured that out though, but that's a nice one too. Compared to the brightness tip. Wait, I should have tried to practice the back step. I feel like we might be here for a little bit. Because I only have the pistol. Like I said, I think I'm supposed to have the shotgun here. Oh. What? How did that not kill me? Alright, sure. No, don't run back. What? What are you doing over there? Whoa. He's already caught up to me? Jesus. Yeah, I couldn't really get out of that. Was too slow. It's not always best to confront an enemy. Sometimes it is best to run. I'm sorry, I don't think I can run from this one game. It's a good tip, but fortunately I don't think there's any running out of this one. Hold on. I don't have the map for this place. Hold on. What if I just go up and slice it to death? This is a horrible idea. Does that hurt me when he like bumps? Oh yeah, that hurts a lot when he bumps into me. You just have to do this the whole time. Where is he? Oh. I actually thought I could walk out of that. Using guns, hitting the weapon button will aim at the nearest enemy from the area. Hitting left or right and threshold brush will change the aim. Oh, I didn't know that either. We're tip farming right now, that's all. Definitely. Definitely dying on purpose so we can farm all the tips, yes. That's what's going on right now. Ow. You become so fast here. Enough people streaming Silent Hill. Yeah, it's a small amount. It's a small amount. And I think most people that stream these games, they speed run it. And the light is turned off, accuracy with the gun goes way down. Oh. That's also a nice, neat detail. Burrows, wait, Mr. Junior, did you have a shotgun at this point? Did you have a shotgun at this point in the game? Yeah. Oh god. I haven't found the shotgun. I don't have a shotgun. Why? What is he doing? That probably makes this a lot harder than it has to be. Me not having a shotgun. Need help finding it? Nah, it's all good. It's all good. Not right now, at least. Maybe if I get desperate. I was just curious, cause well, the game has given me a lot of shotgun ammo, so I was a bit suspicious. Okay, well, that's all good. It's all good. Yeah, exactly. I was a bit rat sus, like, huh? Why am I rolling around with 24 shotgun shells on me? Why is it like spoon feeding me shotgun ammo? What's up with that? My nose is itchy. Okay. Somewhere in the school, and I probably ran by it like a million times. Yeah, it's all good. Unless I get desperate, then I'll load it, save, and try and go find it. Ow. No, you broke the cheese. I was cheesing you so well. Nope. Hold on. How much hanging ammo do I have left? 29 rounds. Oh my god. He needs to die soon. Otherwise, we're gonna have a problem. Do I literally just not have enough damage to kill him? Not enough bullets? Oh, I couldn't jump out of it. There's a riddle to this boss. Yeah, it's the thing with the lizard, right? You have to shoot him when his mouth opens. To deal more damage, probably. Yeah. Yeah, figured. I already tried that, but... Yeah, I didn't, like, we kind of died halfway through when we tried that. So, and then, well, we ended up trying what you just saw, that cheese strat, but... Yeah, no, I don't think that cheese strat does enough damage. Probably, I have to shoot him with the pistol when his mouth is open to do more damage. Do you have any hopes of completing this with just the pistol? to not leave the school. Is it impossible to get the shotgun if I leave the school? Ow. Hey, man. Oh my god. Yeah, it's tough to do. With the pistol, at least. And get the timing right. The motion will change depending on how the action is pressed. Well, that's cool. Let's give this a couple more attempts and see what happens. Couple more. Ow. Oh my god. No. Oh, I should have pressed L1 there to go to the left. The greater his accuracy. Oh, so that's why he misses sometimes. You see. The longer you aim at someone, the more accurate he gets. Excuse me. Come through. Are you doing your thing? Yeah, you are doing your thing. I need to not go so close to the wall. Where is it? I can't dodge backwards while aiming. Oh, you really caught me there? Turning the light to avoid him. Yeah, this is quite tough with just the pistol. Stay back, foul creature. I need to not back up into this corner right now. No! You still got me. I thought I would be just about far enough away. I'm like, hey, quick turn. Okay. 2 more attempts. Then we'll go scavenge for the shotgun. Up. Thank you. Ow. Man. I hardly have any time to like disorientate myself. Well, not disorientate, but like, you know, gather my bearings again to turn around and focus the camera. He's so fast. Yes, he's already behind me. No, why are you going that way? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. How did he not deep? This arena was just a tiny bit bigger. I think we could have done it, well then, not smoothly, but it would be easy. Yeah, if it was a tiny bit bigger, this arena. Tiny bit bigger. Open wide, Jerry. Don't you dare. Oh my god, you pushed me. Wait. What are you doing? Why are you being so slow? Oh god, no, I don't feel confident in that. Do another lap. Oh shit, did we get him? I think so. Who needs a shotgun anyways? When you have a pistol.
Huh? What was that?
What was that?
Who in the hell was that?
Where am I? Is this a boiler room? What is going on here? Rip the shotgun? Yeah, it's fine. Who cares? It's first playthrough anyways. First playthrough is not supposed to be perfect and get everything. Cake on key taken. Go. Now the game might be harder though. The game might be harder now that I don't have the shotgun, but just adds to the fun. That just adds to the fun. And before I won't be able to beat the final boss now because I don't have the shotgun. Don't have enough firepower to defeat the final boss. Well, we're back in the normal world. Oh. We're not in the school of hell anymore. I hear a church bell. I think, but who's ringing it? This is not locked, is it? It shouldn't be. I have to re-unlock it. Well, before we leave, still a question mark in the locker room. Yeah, we can go check the locker room. It's jam. That's not how it's supposed to be. But oh shit, the boss. The god game over at the raid. Appreciate the raid, boss. Appreciate it. The Wide Gang is here now. Wide Gang raid. Yeah, appreciate the raid, boss. How did Tears of the Kingdom go today? Made some more progress. I don't think I can explore anything actually. I think the only thing I can do is leave. They want me out of here. School's over for today. Yeah. Yeah, well I guess we're going to church. Time to go confess their sins. Time to Munka bless. Munka bless time. It's unlocked. Jesus. That's one hell of a sin to confess to. Monka shake. It's just straight ahead. Yeah. Crazy, it's just like, oh, hold up, Monka Giga. Wait, what did you just say? Hold on a second. Did I hear that right? Give me a second. I'm gonna go make a few calls. No. Road's out here. What's down this alley? Really nothing bad, right? There's so much to explore in Tears of the Kingdom. I believe it. Yeah, from what you showed, from what I saw on your stream, like there's so much to explore on the map and so many opportunities. So many things to do. So much to explore and so many things to do. Almost endless amount of things to do. Massive the joy control of the task. Wait, what? you probably barely scratched the surface of what Tears of the Kingdom has to offer. Wait, what is it? What is it that you want to read? The names? Nah, nothing. Oh, okay. All good. Oh, you went and explored the underground cave and it just kept going. It's like, oh man, what is this cave over? I've been here for like almost an hour. It just keeps going. There's so much. God damn it, that's just one cave. Think of how many caves there are. Half the map is probably covered in caves. Endless caves like that. Loads of stuff. Oh, the store names. The yellow, I mean. Yeah, I mean, I don't think they're too important. Some of them you can read though. Kingdom. But yeah, it's still hard to make out. But I see your emotes go. They look good. I like the music one. The guitar one is nice. All really nice, but the guitar one's my favorite. Alright, we're going down this alleyway. What the fuck? Hello, dog. What was that suspicious camera angle? Is there something down there? Door. Someone's backyard now. It's a remake, I mean. If Silent Hill 2 remake does well, I think they'll probably do this one next. If yeah, Silent Hill 2 remake is successful. Because I mean, that'd be stupid not to. Especially with how, you know, with how well the Resident Evil remakes have been. And the Dead Space remake. Those have all been really successful, so yeah. Oh, what? This is where I had to go? Wait, no, it's not. This is just where the key is for. What's in here? How convenient I stumbled upon this man's house. Which is where I got the key. What the key's for. Better, well. Here's hoping Silent Hill 2 remake is good. If not, then I don't think there's a high chance of the other ones getting remade. But he's hoping. Here is hoping. No, but you get a lot of ammo even on hard. Yeah, because we're playing a normal, and now I'm like, what the fuck, man? They're like, just spoon feeding me ammo over here. It's insane. Walking around with like 100 rounds at the beginning. You have 150 pistol ammo? I mean, I have 84 right now. And in the beginning, I was running around with like 100. That's crazy. How much ammo they're just handing out freely. That's crazy. They even give you a lot of ammo on hard? Wow. I mean, this is the first game of its kind, kinda, so probably didn't want to make it too hard. Don't make it too challenging. Yeah, now in that game, oof, they give you the bare minimum. Exactly, the bare minimum. Oh, finally, the job is finally done. Your heart emote. Looks like you stole someone's heart. You stole someone's heart and you're happily offering it to someone. Like, here, look what I got. I stole this from a human. But that's a good game as well. Last of Us 2. Well, now I can keep running down that street. Hey, how that tofu? Welcome, welcome. Welcome on in. Silent Hill 1. Gotta pay for that high quality. And hello there, Tropical as well. Welcome. Welcome on in as well. It just says market on the sign. Oh, it said something special. They do. Wait, was that an alleyway? Oh, but it's blocked off, I think. Over here somewhere? Oh, not blocked off? Shit. Handgun ammo. Damn it. I couldn't sidestep fast enough. Sorry, I'll leave you alone. I'll leave you to the trash can. You can have it. I wasn't gonna touch it. Going the right way, right? There I am. To church, everyone. Let's confess our sins. Jesus.
Were you ringing that bell?
I've been expecting you. It was foretold by gyromancy.
What are you talking about?
I knew you'd come. You want the girl, right?
The girl? You're talking about Cheryl.
I see everything.
You know something. Tell me.
Stay back. Nothing is to be gained from floundering about at random. You must follow the path. The path of the hermit concealed by Flauros.
What? What are you talking about?
Here, the Flauros, a cage of peace. It can break through the walls of darkness and counteract the wrath of the underworld. These will help you. Make haste to the hospital before it's too late.
Wait! Don't go yet.
Wait, don't go yet. He said that so casually. I guess he's got respect for Jesus. He didn't yell it or anything. Just like, wait, no, stop. It's like, wait, don't go. Stop. Don't leave. I have more questions. Handle stand, nothing unusual. Pick up the. There you go, health drink. Picture on the wall, nothing special. That, you don't really have anything to say about the paintings? Is that a save point? Save point in the church? Don't mind if I do. But yes, also what he said. What Junior said. If you like DBD, then you've come to the right place. Because that's what we play most of the time. Oh, we don't play Silent Hill. Yeah, just nothing to say about the other paint pictures. Isn't that book here? Yeah. Bible! Oh, it's the Bible. Take it. Robert's key. Is this the key to my right? Yeah, just Bible. Bible, just Bible. Pyramid-shaped object found in the church. Purpose and use unknown. Personage back over 4 Battlefield Company 2 EXP grind. Nice. It went well. There's a collection box, nothing inside. Yeah, sure. Save again. Can't hurt to be too safe with the saves. Also, wait. Can I go through the door she went through? Must be locked from his side. Oh, God damn it, she locked the door. Where does this take me? Is this the bathroom? No. Can't open. Hey, you got an entire band now. Entire band jamming out. Let's go back out there. Convenience. Oh, I think we only ran past that once. No. Let's head to the bridge. Okay. What the fuck? It looks like his car. I thought we ran past a cafe. Somehow. No, what the fuck? He killed him. He murdered him with the fish. A short story. Anything of interest at the gas station? Besides evil monsters? Hell. Oh, okay. I'll leave then. Nothing at the gas station. Oh, wait, it's probably in here. What the fuck? Hello? Light? There's a rock drill. No gasoline, can't use it. Oh, but we just walked past the gas station. Sure, there's still some gas. Some gas of hell. A longer story. He laughed, he got loved, and then he got smacked, then he died, and then he left. The murderer. Another save point. This shopping district map. Take it. That's good. You're gonna have fun with them. Yeah. Use them as much as you want. They look pretty good. Key on the control panel. Is that a fishing rod in the corner? Go on, get ready for bed now. Alright. Night, Mr. Junior. That's true. It's already pretty late, actually. It's already about to be like 4 in the morning here. Time flies. You're playing a good game. A game that I'm really enjoying. It said that thing didn't have any gasoline, but I guess I'll still try the key. Unless... Junior's running. Do you want to press the switch? Is it gonna do anything? No, it is doing something. I guess we don't need fuel for anything. Stay until 7 AM. Nah, I'm good. You can do that if you want. Nah, I'm good. To the other part of Silent Hill we go. Run on the road like a rebel. She said go to the hospital. Oh, it's on phone. Wait, why are you saying feels weird, man? What happened? What? Huh? What happened? Doing Hobbs dirty. What did I do? I didn't do anything. How did I do the man dirty? What's the roads out? Oh wait, this is why I need to take a turn. This is the hospital right here. Get away from me. Fuck. Jesus, I ran into the wall. Don't stop. Keep running. Nope. Get through the door. Hello? Anyone at the hospital? Is this another save? Oh my god, it is. Pepper run. How do we not have that enabled? Hey. Oh, what the fuck? Who's shooting that gun at the hospital? These are phones and phone books. I need to examine them. Me, Cat Coder. Testing out my new firearm, brother. Harry. Let's see. Looking at Smock Pepper. He shot someone? Hey.
Hold it.
Hold it. Proceeds to shoot.
Stop. Don't
What?
shoot. Wait. I'm not here to fight. My name is Harry Mason.
レンジ、
I'm in town
お
on
前も好き
vacation.
だったの。
何のつもりだ
Another human being.
Another human being.
Do you work here?
I'm Dr. Michael Kaufman. I work at this hospital.
So maybe you can tell me what's going on.
I really can't say. I was taking a nap in the staff room. When I woke up, it was like this.
And
Everyone seems to have disappeared. And it's snowing out, this time of year. Something's gone seriously wrong. Did you see those monsters? Have you ever seen such aberrations? Ever even heard of such things? You and I both know creatures like that don't exist.
Yeah. Have you seen a little girl anywhere? I'm looking for my daughter. She's only 7, short, black hair.
She's missing. I'm sorry. But with all those monsters around, I highly doubt that she's... Sorry, I didn't mean to alarm you. Your wife, she's here with you?
She died 4 years ago. Now it's just me and my daughter.
I see. I'm sorry. Well, I'd better be going.
where is he going
I
to,
can't
though?
just sit around here doing nothing.
You gotta
So
do it.
long. Good luck out there.
Oh, he's just gonna go explore. I hope to find something. I see a doctor that shot me a point blank range. Wait, don't shoot. Bang. Oh. It's a miracle he missed. You have anything to say about that? Helpful. Wait, that anime clip? I don't remember. Junior, he knows what it's from. He knows. Remember it though. There you go. I'm Chainsaw Man.
Yes, ma'am.
Are you really as good as they all say?
お前も好きだったろ。
何のつもりだ
Wait, that was synced perfectly. Excuse me? It's like the anime guy said that. He turned into Steven. Every once in a while, and he pulls out his gun at him. What the? That was... You guys timed that perfectly. Holy shit. Have you guys been practicing that? What the hell? Oh, that was good. It was way too perfect. There's a whiteboard, nothing special written here. Clip that. You can clip it. You can also clip. Six months of practice finally paid off. Nice work, everyone. Yeah, you've all just been practicing in the offline chat every time for the past 6 months. Believe it? Finally paid off. We got it, guys. It's worth it. Yes. All that practice. I don't have a map at a hospital. It's actually behind the counter, I think, right? There it is. Is this the map? It sure is. No, I'm like, why won't he look at the map? Because I'm pressing the wrong button. Reflows. Yeah, Nightbot doesn't like links. He'll assassinate you. Yeah, what is this new loadout? How do I permit you? Did they get rid of the permit button? Now I have to type it manually like a peasant? What is this? What is this? There you go. Now you won't get assassinated. Medicine room? Thank you for clipping it, Mr. Junior. Appreciate it. There's the newspaper. This article has been clipped out. What? What article? Where am I? That was the medicine. Mm-hmm. The hell is that poster? Doll room office. That's also locked. That's also locked. Well, what? I was looking at this poster. That one right there. One at the top. Yeah, I was like, what is that poster? Ah, nice hydration. Hospital basement map. Generator room. Hey, I know a thing or two about them generators. I know a thing or two about those. Exactly, generator room. That's just gonna be the room as soon as we enter. A whole bunch of rows just of DVD bongo cat. A bunch of bongo cats slamming the generators. DVD bongo cat. Now what the fuck? Silent Hill was made by DVD. It's all coming together. It's all starting to make sense now. Silent Hill was secretly made by the DVD devs this whole time. They just didn't want anyone to know about it. They tried to keep it a secret. It was right there this whole time in plain sight. Basement key. Basement key. There's so many doors. Let's go to the kitchen. This is the kitchen? This is in fact the kitchen. Plastic bottle. What am I gonna do with a plastic bottle? I fill it with water. Empty bottle found in the kitchen of the hospital. That plastic bottle? Key. Plastic bottle determines if you get the good or the bad ending. What the hell happened here? Books just scattered on the desk, nothing else of interest here. That's vial lie shattered. Not just broken, it's been smashed to bits. Yeah, he crouches down to look at it. That's free glass vials right there. Interesting. What? Oh, what room is this? Director's office. Well, let's run back and save, and then we'll check out the basement. Right. The safe was out in the at the receptionist desk. Here we are. Now I can check the bathrooms. Wait, can I not? Wait, where are the bathrooms? Aren't they like right here? Oh wait, all the way. Oh, right. Wait, can I even go to the basement? No, you can't open that door. Hmm. Well then. Oh, at least we see. That's good. This is the director's office, right? Oh, no, it's the door to the elevator. There's a vending machine, it doesn't work. Oh my god. We love vending machines, though. So that doesn't appear to be working. Yeah, I wouldn't be taking the elevator either, though. In a situation like this. Nope. Looks like we're going to the basement. What could go wrong? I can't see shit. Hold on. It's a cool mechanic that, like, if you don't have your light on, the enemies will have a hard time detecting you. Compared to if you have it on. Exactly. Can't see shit. Even with these binoculars. In-house generator. Powers elevators, ICUs, and operating rooms only. You want to press the switch? No. Probably just turn on the elevator though. Alright. Return to darkness. Fuck, I can't look at the map. I said I can't look at the map when it's dark. It should work. I can't see. It's so dark.
Guess that's why you're the boss.
Exactly, he's here. The boss. The boss of Zelda. Oh, there's only like 4 rooms down here. Alright, let's go over to the morgue. What could go wrong? Let's go check out the morgue. In complete utter darkness. I can't enter the morgue. Wait, that's a monster. Oh fucking Jesus. It's fucking insects everywhere. Alright, go turn on the switch in here. Is he gonna say it's too dark? Oh, you can't even interact with it with the light off. Alright, flip it. Hey, fix the generator, guys. We can leave now. We can escape. Second floor? Wow. I was like, oh yeah, we get to explore a whole another floor now. And then just, nope. Door's jammed. Sorry about that. Well, I guess. First floor it is. What? Everything is... Can't explore any of the other floors? Wrong button. Well, I guess... There's something turned on this floor? Wait, no, there's a fourth floor. We didn't go to the fourth floor, did we? Wait, was that to begin with? Wait, was there a fourth floor option when I first walked in there? I don't think so. What the? Okay. I don't think that fourth floor was there when I first walked in the elevator. But there was that girl in the blue dress. I don't have the map of this place, no. Oh, the door just looked behind me. Great. We're in the hospital of hell now. Oh, that's a window, not a door. This is probably locked too, isn't it? Yeah. Wait, did the door just lock behind me again? Sure did. Is that door? Look how it is. What the? Bonka W. Now, hold on, I'll be back. Creepy nurse. Yeah, Bonka W. Wait. Wait, hold on. Am I just going in circles? Wait, it says second floor. If I go down again, is it gonna say second floor again? Okay, no, it actually did change. I thought we were stuck in a loop. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Bonka W, man. Okay, well, I guess we're gonna go for the nurse. Up one floor, right? Oh boy. I need a map of this place. Where is she? Stay back. I don't want to hurt you. The casual stomp. What the fuck? Bird cage is empty. What? Am I gonna put a bird in there? Yeah, we had 99 pistol rounds. There's some music. Just some dryers, useless now. Just some dryers? What about everything else? How about you comment on the walls being covered in flesh? God dang. Where am I? First aid. I would like a map. What is that? Blood? Blood pack. What the? Am I becoming a vampire? Is that really not something? Looks oddly suspicious. Oh no, it's just the straps and the thing. In the bed. There's another nurse over there. I'm lost and confused in this hospital of hell. The hell is that? There's a plate of a turtle. Red blue plate with a picture of a mock turtle. 300 milliliter blood pack found in the hospital storage room. Oh my fuck. Jesus. What was that? The fuck was that random loud noise? What happened in that room? Wait, I'm back here at the bird cage? Have I got in a circle? It was you. What were you doing in there? I think we went in a circle. Yeah, this is the dryer room again. So what door did I go through? Oh, there's a save point here. Down trees. Why are you chopping down trees? Oh, Mother Nature. VCR. It's old but usable. Old but usable? We're gonna watch tapes? Oh, shotgun shells that I probably won't ever be able to use in this run. But we'll carry it. Is this a lucky charm? Heads up! I'm not afraid to use this thing. Ow. Stay back! Jeez. What? You're alive? How are you alive? What the fuck? Wow, Bubba, hit me, nurse. Oh no, I'm stuck in the corner, nurse. Oh no. Hit me. Bubba. What the hell? Crazy nurse. You'll play to screw to the wall. Oh, is this where I have to place the turtle? What happens if I do it now? Healing my bullet. But then I have a pipe. Oh no, it's not usable here. I guess there's no holes in it either. Zombie, crazy zombie nurse. I hope we're able to find a map. So why is there 2 doors here? Oh, there's at the bathroom. Heads up. I'm shooting the wrong person. Got the sound she makes. There's another person in this room that I was blasting. Who's that? Oh, I killed them. Oh, now they're dead. Like my accent. Appreciated. Very much appreciated. I don't have a map still. Glad to hear. You like my budget accent. Oh god. I'm not afraid to use this thing. Please. No, don't make me do it. Oh wait, there's no one here. There's no one here. Oh. Oh. I got excited for a second. I thought it said rat, but no, it says cat. Yeah, I'll take that. Why not? Hate my accent. Well, the real question is, what don't you hate about me? Rat? Yeah, I thought it was a rat. It looked like a rat on the thing, but no, it was a cat. And it looked like it said rat too, but no, it was unfortunately a cat. No rat. It's unblocked. Man, we're just back to the elevator. I'm walking around blind this place. I haven't found the map of this place. If the map's even a thing for this place, maybe I'd have to memorize the loadout. Because it's still, the loadout is still the same with the normal place. What's this? I haven't been in here. There's a new washing machine room. Oh wait, I think we're on the first floor. This is where the reception is? Actually, no, wait, is it? Actually, I have no fucking idea where we are. I've been here, I think. This is where I killed the other nurse. Wait, no, I haven't. What the hell is this? Wait, no, I have been here. Oh my god. This is all over the place. Okay, no, I don't think I'm supposed to do any of that. Believe me, yep. Sounds about right, Mr. Gov. And also, hello there, Konami. Konami YY World. Welcome, welcome. The actual Konami in the chat room? The real Konami? That's locked too. I've been here. Wait, there's a save room again. Jesus. 302. Okay, yeah, we're definitely not. Wait, I thought we were. Wait, let me go back again. Okay, so that's locked. What happens if what's this one? Wait, how did I get back into this room? Is this the staircase? This should be the staircase, right? Doesn't look like a staircase. Oh, my Konami team. Oh shit, wait, what, you've actually worked for Konami? Actually worked for Konami themselves before? That's cool. That is quite cool. Oh, I found the elevator again. Oh. Back in the NES era? Yes, a little bit ago. Oh, yeah, that's so cool.
What the?
That's so cool you've worked for Konami, huh? What games did you work on? Okay to ask. There's a med bag in here? Oh, a healing drink. And also appreciate the follow. Tofo Fifi. Appreciate it. Welcome on in. Okay, so now we're here at the ground floor. Wait, no, I don't want to go to hell. I don't want to enter the basement. There's someone here. Ow. How did you hit me? This is a kitchen. I think. This is not the kitchen. Oh, this is the director's office. Right. You know, why hasn't you been here? It's all good. It's all good, Burns. See? Good to see you again, though. Hope all is well. And enjoy the look. Enjoy the look, my good sir. That was a plate of a queen. What the fuck? Don't do that again. Jesus. I'll make a new one. You're getting snacks? Oh, that sounds real nice. What kind of snacks we getting? This is the kitchen. There's a crazy person in here. Stay down. I'm getting farther than you in a faster time. Really? Am I actually catching up to you? Surprised by that. Very surprising, honestly. Knowing me and how easy it is for me to get derailed. Which was empty. Maybe because I've just been so into this. Been enjoying it so much. It's nice to finally play it. This has been years in the making. The Silent Hill marathon. Collecting the whole series. And everything. It's nice to finally being able to play it. Because I wanted to play it for so long ago. There's two of you? Hey, watch this. Dodge. Effortless dodge. Get in the door, please. Oh my god. Okay, where am I now? How we two around the same time? Yeah, it's probably because my my schedule's all over the place. Sleep schedule, that is. Nothing in here. Easy talk. Is that actually an emote? Stop. You got me the first 2 times with that. Not gonna work a third time. Someone in here? Oh god. There's a crazy person in here. Oh. The sound is coming from beyond the door. Oh no. Why is the door locked? I have 6 of these? Okay, no mind, we're fine. They thought of everything in that My House vid. I guess that is why it was so, what was it, like 60 MB or something? I guess that explains why it's such a big game. Hi. I would love a map for this place. Hey man, how's it going? Don't mind me. Of course that's locked. Hey, ow, that was right in my mouth. Okay, I finally found the staircase again. Wait, but this says 2. Huh. Wait, what happens if I go up 1 more? Which one did I go for? I think it was this one. I was seeing a little girl, short black hair, 7 years old. The girl from the intro? Harry's daughter? Cheryl? No. We have not seen her other than in the beginning. We had a phone call with her kind of in the school, but that's about it. I don't know, we haven't really seen her now. We've seen another girl in a blue dress. And then we met a doctor, but yeah, that's about it. Oh god. Let me in. There's a person in here. No! I thought I could hit the door fast enough. Not a lighter? I have found everything besides a map. How am I gonna do with a light on? Didn't he have a light on the beginning? Oops. What horror awaits us? Clouds flowing over a hill. Sky on a sunny day. Tangerines that are bitter. Lucky 4-leaf clover. Violets in the garden. Dandelions along a path. Unavoidable sleeping time. It quit flowing from a slashed wrist. Have to get the hospital map? Yeah, I have the No, wait, what? I have the hospital map? Wait, but it didn't work before when I pressed triangle. I guess I have it. I guess it works for this area too. Wait, no, it's all good. I didn't know I had it. I didn't know it also worked for this. other version of it. Because when maybe I just pressed the wrong button earlier and that's why it didn't work, I guess. Oh, that makes it a whole lot easier. Now I'm not running around like a headless chicken anymore. Video. Oh, that's the VCR. Right. Okay, this makes things a whole lot easier. Jesus. You know, what horror awaits us? I said what horror awaits us. That's what he said. Okay, well this makes things like a million times easier. I didn't know the map was over for this. Oh my god. This whole time I've been playing on Omega hard mode. Stand back. I have a gun. What the fuck? What in the ayaya? Am I supposed to light you on fire? Can I just shoot you? What is he doing? Hold on. You love tentacles. What the? He needs to suck my blood. Wait. No backseating, please. No backseating. If that's actually what it is. Oh, that is what it is. Yeah, no backseating, please. Nice. So that's why the blood puddle was there. Adolf had him. He got mad. I didn't get mad. It's just, please no backseating. No backseating. Like it says in the rules. Sorry, what wasn't 201? Is that this? No, that's not the save. You suck my... What are you, a vampire? Leo bad. Yeah, that's a good joke. I don't know, that's a good joke. That rarely happens, if at all. I think I'm about to get stabbed in the back. Oh, no, I dodged it. Hello? Oh my god, of course it's locked. He ordered a flip a table. That's how fucking pissed he is. That's how furious he is. He's so angry he could flip a table. Yes. Excuse me, miss. I haven't seen me mad in a long time. Very true. Oh, yeah, I guess we'll check the other side.
Hi, I'm Carl, and we're going to talk about how to properly kick open a door. Right? But you want to get your foot as close to the center right there.
Forget about it.
You want to put your foot, kick that puppy open. Piece of cake.
There are 4 square intentions in the door.
Do you want to leave a message?
Wait, I have them all already.
Where does it work?
Holy shit!
Where does it work?
Sir, I ain't at liberty to give out no information about our residents.
Where does he work?
I have all 4 already.
Did you not hear me? We can't give out no information.
Where does he work?
Sir,
Where does he work?
I can't say.
I've just been running around like a headless chicken this whole time, and I ended up finding all 4. Goddamn. What is that scene from?
Do you want to leave a message?
Where does he work?
Where does he work?
Sir.
Where does he work?
It's from No Country for Old Men. That's what the clip is from. Yeah, you're good, Konami. Just, you know, no backseating or hints in the future. Be appreciated. No backseating or hints of any kind.
What the fuck is this piece of shit?
That's Silent Hill. Sitting in the back seat. Yeah, because you're too small for the front seat. Right, so where was the save point again here? Wait, it was up 1 floor. It was, yeah, one of those free 300 room. Oh, wait, how do I get to the staircase again? This wall here. Killing me. It wouldn't be the first time. I think it's from 302, right? Yep. Back where the sleep room is. Nice. Wow, that's funny though. Ran around the whole hospital like a headless chicken because I thought I had to find the map. But I had the map the whole time, and I just so happened to run into all 4 of the things I needed. Elden Ring kid. Yeah, I said that in your chat. I said that in your chat when we were watching it. Gonna write. What are we writing? A book? We're writing a book? Right. Either way, I think this is a good point to call it for tonight. I somehow managed to run around and find all 4 of the key pieces here. Key items. I think it's a good point to end that, because it's 4:30 in the morning. I'm getting pretty tired. But of course, we shall continue this tomorrow, since it is the Silent Hill Marathon. So more Silent Hill 1 tomorrow. That does it for tonight, though.